versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin. I will fight with honor. Quickly. Let me think.
What's so important?
Well, they're here. End times, kid. End times.
Not days, but we fight.
When most people think about UFOs or UFO sightings, they think about it in terms of our time. But what about the past? Were other generations witnessing strange lights in the sky?
Strange sights appeared in the skies long before spaceflight or manned flight of any kind was possible. And in each century, these visions took on identities that tell much about the worldview of those who saw them. Alexander the Great and his army, for instance, were harassed by a pair of flying objects in 329 BC. Most of the soldiers fled the scene, but some of the hardier men stood their ground and tried to hit the discs with their arrows and with stones from their slings. In 1492, just 4 hours before discovering land, Christopher Columbus saw a bright glowing object come out of the sky, go into the water, and travel slowly through the water very close to the ship that he was on. Engraved onto a French token, minted in the 1860s, is a disc-shaped flying object that experts say may have commemorated a daytime UFO sighting.
Let me think.
The great British astronomer Edmund Halley of comet fame also saw a series of unexplained aerial objects in March of 1716. One of them lit up the sky for more than 2 hours
I must move quickly.
and was so brilliant that Halley could read a printed text by its light. There were sightings in 1897 of a lighter-than-air ship that had propellers, porthole windows, and brilliant searchlights, which it directed at the ground. In 1917, what may have been the largest crowd ever to witness a UFO occurred in Fatima, Portugal. 50,000 people watched in amazement as a huge silver disc began spinning like a windmill and dancing about in the sky. After plunging toward the Earth, it climbed back into the sky and disappeared into the sun. One night during the summer of 1948, Clyde W. Tombaugh, the astronomer who discovered the planet Pluto, was sitting in the back of his home at Las Cruces, New Mexico. He and several witnesses, including other members of his family, watched a strange glowing craft move overhead. All of the witnesses agreed that the object was definitely a solid ship and that it was probably some form of extraterrestrial device. John Keel is a world-renowned expert on UFOs and has written numerous books and articles on the subject. As self-described agnostic, he made this statement: Thousands of books have been written on the subject of demonology, which is the ancient and scholarly study of
For
monsters
justice.
and demons. The manifestations and occurrences described in this literature are identical to the UFO phenomenon. Victims of demonic possession suffer from the same medical and emotional symptoms as the UFO contactees. Dr. Jacques Vallée has addressed the United Nations on UFOs and was the model for Lacombe in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He is the author of 8 books on UFOs and has been widely recognized as the premier investigating scientist in the realm of UFO research. In his book, Messengers of Deception, Vallée says, an impressive parallel can be made between UFO occupants and the popular conception of demons.
For
And in his
justice.
book, The Confrontation, he writes, the medical examination to which abductees are said to be subjected, often accompanied by sadistic sexual manipulation, is reminiscent of the medieval tales of encounters with demons.
One shot.
He also made this statement: I believe that when we speak of UFO sightings as instances of space visitations, we are looking at the phenomenon on the wrong level. We are not dealing with successive waves of visitations from space. We are dealing with a control system. And he states,
The light dims.
UFOs are the means through which man's concepts are being rearranged. They are engaging in a worldwide enterprise of subliminal seduction.
I found this old book that was published in 1970 that has some very intriguing information printed in it. A lot of the stories I'm about to read to you have been lost to history until now. 1893. In Wales, some 8 or 10 lights were seen at times, gyrating through the sky in astounding fashion, going up and down rapidly, then zigzagging, all in perfect formation, like a fleet of airships. 1887. If a ball of fire falls into the sea, it can be called a meteor. But what if a ball of flame rises up out of the sea? Such was witnessed by the bug-eyed steam aboard the British steamer Submarine on November 12th of that year. The object rose to a height of 50 feet over the water, darted close to the ship, and sped away, out of sight. Ships were a prime source of UFO sightings in the 19th century. One of the most repeated phenomena reported by 24 ships or more was typified by the following account. May 15th, 1879. Commander Pringle of the HMS Vulture of the Persian Gulf put in his log that 2 incredible objects were facing his ship, both submerged but glowing brightly. On looking towards the east, he wrote, the appearance was that of a revolving wheel whose spokes were illuminated, and, looking to the west, a similar wheel appeared to be revolving in the same direction. 1845. Substantiating the above,
Well played.
the brig Victoria, on June 18th in the Mediterranean, came upon 3 luminous bodies that rose silently and mysteriously out of the sea, remaining within sight for some 10 minutes in slow maneuvers. 1883. An inexplicable phenomenon witnessed by thousands of people on both the Canadian and American sides, as a UFO shaped like a square table hovered above Niagara Falls for 1 hour. May 15th, 1811. The people of Geneva, Switzerland, saw an aerial show never before seen. It was an odd UFO, one that seemed to change shape from a glowing serpent to a horse and to a
I
crescent.
will fight
August
with
10th,
honor.
1809. John Stavely of London perhaps witnessed the first authentic appearance of a mothership and its attendant saucers. Although he hardly recognized it as such, I saw many meteors coming around the edge of a black cloud, from which lightning flashed. They were like dazzling specks of light dancing and traipsing through the clouds. November 17th, 1882. At the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, England, was observing an aurora display when a greenish blob crossed his field of vision. Some adjustment of his focus resolved the object into a cigar shape that passed above the moon. It appeared to be a definite body, Maunder said flatly. September 7, 1820. during an eclipse of the moon. Several astronomers reported the same thing, strange objects moving in straight lines, evenly spaced, that crossed the face of the moon slowly and made turns in military precision. August 12, 1883. This is one of the most famous and baffling of all the astronomical UFOs observed. Professor Jose Bonilla, director of the Astronomical Observatory at Zacatecas, Mexico, was recording sunspots when suddenly a small luminous body began crossing the disk of the sun. No sooner had he gotten over his first surprise than another such body appeared, then another, and more. In the space of 2 hours, he said, I counted up to 283 bodies crossing the solar disk. These UFO sightings don't just stop in the 1800s. You can trace them all the way back through history. 1551 AD, red rods were seen above Lisbon in Portugal, floating and flying through the sky. 1387 AD, in England, a burning revolving wheel was seen also around a barrel of flame. 1254 AD, in the sky appeared a kind of large ship, elegantly shaped and well equipped, and of marvelous color.
Justice demands retribution.
and brown and scarlet and black.
1168 AD, a globe of fire was seen moving to and fro in the air. 919 AD, a thing like a burning torch cruised in the sky, and glistening balls sailed over Hungary. 1577 AD, an object like a lance passed across the sky. 98 AD, in Italy, another burning torch was observed, probably quite like the flaming red ball-shaped UFOs seen today. 12 AD, in old Irish manuscripts, there's one tale very likely based on truth. Ancient Erie, Ireland, an anchor suddenly dropped from the sky and hooked itself into a church steeple. The townspeople then saw a ship in the sky with men aboard. One man climbed down the cable as if to free the anchor, and his motion was like that of a man swimming in water. Some of the watching men wanted to dash up to the steeple and capture the skymen, but the bishop forbade them. The strange being returned to his craft without finishing his job, but they cut the cable and the vessel vanished into the sky. Now, there are thousands of more UFO reports that date back to the beginning of time. But what about actual evidence? As reported in the Scientific American in 1851, rock was being blasted apart in a New England community. Among the shattered stone debris was found a metallic vessel broken in two. When placed together, they formed a bell-shaped chalice about 4.5 inches high and 6.5 inches wide, made of zinc impregnated with silver. There are intricate flower designs all over it, inlaid in silver. It came from 15 feet down in solid rock, reported in 1845 and still existing. Is a nail of obvious manufacture that was found in a stone block from the Kind Goody quarry in North Britain. The nail was half embedded in stone, half in till, which is the crumbly matter churned up by the glacial ages. If the nail originally rested in a solid stone, it is millions of years old. Again in a quarry in 1844, near Tweed, England, workmen discovered gold thread encased 8 feet beneath the surface of the stone bed. In 1851, another cut iron nail, 6 penny size and only slightly corroded, fell out when a man dropped a piece of auriferous quartz. In 1833, they found a coin 30 feet deep in the ground, and it was about the size of a shilling. Despite the markings were distinct, representing a warrior or a hunter of Roman appearance. But no Roman coins of that type were ever struck. In 1891, Mrs. Colt of Morrisonville, Illinois, was shoveling coal into her kitchen stove when a large lump broke in two. Exposed to her astonished view was an intricate gold chain, as finely worked as anything jewelers can make today. In Salzburg, Austria, and now in museum, a block of coal from the Miocene strata yielded a perfectly machined cube of steel with slightly convex but symmetrical top and bottom side, with a cut groove running precisely all around its middle. Examined by dozens of scientists, technicians, and steel experts, all of them declared it could not be possibly natural and was positively artificial. An artifact made by the hands of human or otherwise.
Apparently, just recovered are off-world vehicles not made on this Earth. That's a direct quote.
The universal story agrees with the record of every major culture of the ancient world in which the astonishingly consistent story is told of gods that descended from heaven and or came through spiral vortices to materialize in bodies of flesh. From Rome to Greece, and before that to Egypt, Persia, Assyria, Babylonia, Sumer. The earliest records of civilization tell of the era when powerful beings known to the Hebrews as watchers, and in the book of Genesis as the B'nai Ha-Elohim, the sons of God, mingled themselves with humans, giving birth to part celestial, part terrestrial hybrids known as Nephilim. The Bible says this happened when men began to increase on earth and daughters were born to them, when the sons of God saw the women's beauty, and they took wives from among them to sire their unusual offspring. I believe a record of this is recorded in Genesis 6:4, when it says there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. This is Dr. Thomas Horn, and you are watching End Times Productions.
What's beneath us?
The ancient ones. The gods that used to rule the earth.
During research for our best-selling book, On the Path of the Immortals, I was given the unprecedented opportunity, really, to sit down with and to film Dr. Don Mose Jr., a third-generation medicine man who I met with for a large part of a day, and
Time.
Okay, well, look, when you talk about these so-called grooming gangs in the United Kingdom, let's be clear, first of all, what you're talking about are British men abusing British girls in Britain. We're literally not talking about any sort of a phenomenon taking place in the Muslim world. So this very clearly has to do with your culture, not ours. It has to do with your society, not ours. It has to do with your values, not ours. You corrupt your own people, and you promote degeneracy, and you promote predation among your own people, and that's a fact. This obviously has nothing to do with our culture. To say that it has anything to do with Muslim culture makes as much sense as saying that fish and chips is a part of Islamic culture because Muslims in the UK eat fish and chips. No. In fact, in most of our countries, the only people that you'll find doing these kinds of things are Western tourists. And of course, we all know that this is what you all used to do, writ large, in our lands when you were colonizing our lands. So this is a Western problem. And then the apparent cover-up that they're talking about. All because they said that they were afraid that if they pursued these cases, that they'd then be accused of racism, or they'd be accused of Islamophobia, or what have you. Again, this is a Western problem. Because you don't take justice seriously. In your countries, justice takes a backseat to politics, and your politics are completely crippled by a lack of any sort of moral clarity or any sort of integrity. And I mean, let's be honest, your society will always err on the side of sexual depravity. You and I both know that your politicians have no incentive whatsoever to shine a spotlight on sexual predation because most of them are perpetrators themselves. And your own history of extreme racism, which is inarguable, your culture of bigotry collides now with your desire to look like you're not racist and like you're not bigots. So you're in a bit of a quandary in dealing with criminal cases involving non-whites. Since your whole criminal justice system, so-called, has always been little more than an ethnic cleansing program. So you're in a conflict because you are not in reality what you want people to believe you are. So you always fumble, you know, when you're trying to do what people would do who actually are what you pretend to be. You see what I mean? Because it's not your nature. It's not natural to you. So because you're not genuinely fair, you're not genuinely objective, you're not genuinely unbiased and just, your impersonation of fairness, your impersonation of objectivity, your impersonation of justice is always conspicuously flawed. It's like a child who's trying to look like a grown-up and he's struggling to know how to tie a necktie. Or he's tying knots in his shoelaces because he just knows that shoelaces are supposed to be tied, but he never actually learned how to do it. This is you. That's the West. Especially when you're talking about matters of justice or human rights or what have you. You know, when Britain talks about grooming gangs, it reminds me of that old story of a pirate who got arrested and he was brought before the king. And he said to the king, you know, there's no difference really between you and me, except that I only have one ship, and so you get to call me a pirate, whereas you have a navy, so you're an empire. But actually, we operate the same, because Western so-called civilization is actually nothing but one big, gigantic grooming gang. The whole culture, the whole system, the systemic grooming and sexualization of young women in that culture is a fixture of the culture. It's a structural feature of Western culture. It's evolved over centuries. It's deeply intertwined in their whole economic and social system. Starting from their deeply misogynistic past until today, Western culture has very long normalized the hypersexualization of young women and treating them as less than human beings with inherent dignity. It treats them as objects for consumption. You know, studies show that by the age of 8, girls in the West are already internalizing societal messages about their appearance, about how their appearance is their primary source of value in their society. According to a 2021 report by the American Psychological Association, the sexualization of girls in the media, from music videos to advertising, has profound negative psychological effects on those girls, leading to depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, on and on and on. Now, would that be the case if the messaging in your media was that they were receiving was a positive message? No, this culture of grooming is not accidental.
On this earth. That's a direct quote.
Writ large, the nation of fairness, your impersonation of objectivity, your impersonation is one report by the American Psychological not accidental.
On this earth. That's a direct quote.
Writ large, it's perpetuated through systemic forces that prioritize of objectivity, morality. Is from industries like fashion to industries like accidental that actively target younger demographics, normalizing imagery that blurs the line between childhood and adulthood. It's perpetuated through systemic forces that prioritize of objectivity, 70% increase from industries like signups during the COVID-19 pandemic. It reflects how economic desperation and culturalization push young women, some barely out of high school, into commodifying their own bodies just for survival. In other words, just like a pimp, you engineer the vulnerable into capitulating with their own exploitation. Culturally, you engineer that. You create a society, you create an economic system that punishes everyone, and then you offer a reward to young women if they capitulate with self-degradation. Because you've already groomed them from childhood to accept that their bodies and their beauty and their sexual attractiveness and their sexual utility to men are their greatest assets in the commercial market. This is what you teach them. So then you close off all other financial opportunities, economic opportunities, and then you open the avenues for sexual exploitation, and they'll go along with it. So how is that not grooming on a mass scale, writ large? The West's historical tolerance for adult relationships with underage girls is undeniable, and it's a cultural pathology of the West. As recently as the 20th century, legal ages for marriage in most Western countries were shockingly low. In the United States, it was legal in several states for girls as young as 12 to marry with parental consent. Even today, child marriage remains technically legal in several U.S. states. This permissiveness is not confined to the past by any stretch of the imagination. Jeffrey Epstein, he had a sprawling network of abuse and exploitation that was all enabled by some of the most powerful individuals in Western society. Why, it's a chilling testament to how normalized and how institutionalized sexual predation is in your societies. The fact that Epstein was able to operate with impunity for decades, well, it speaks volumes about the complicity of your cultural and your legal systems and your institutions. I mean, economic conditions in the West exacerbate this exploitation. You can't deny it. With the cost of living skyrocketing and social safety nets eroding across the West, many young women find themselves turning to sex work, so-called. Not out of choice, but out of necessity. You know, according to the what's called the Polaris Project, the U.S. has one of the highest rates in the world for sex trafficking, with an estimated 200,000 incidents occurring annually, every year. These victims are overwhelmingly young, overwhelmingly girls, often lured into exploitation by promises of financial stability or for opportunities for a better life. That's grooming. And then, like I said, you've got the platforms like OnlyFans. That just further illustrates the point. It's marketed as empowering for women. These platforms are, in reality, digital brothels, where economic desperation and societal and cultural grooming converge. You know, a 2022 study found that 50% of content creators on OnlyFans joined due to financial hardship, with many reporting feelings of regret and exploitation, despite the promise of financial autonomy. That's grooming. You groom them for that. Pornography is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and that plays a central role in the normalization of sexual exploitation in the West. You know, the average age of first exposure to pornography in the West is now just 11 years old. This early exposure skews young people's perception of healthy relationships, and it perpetuates harmful stereotypes about consent and about power dynamics in intimacy. A 2019 study by the UK's Children's Commissioner found that nearly half of all boys between the ages of 11 and 16 who consume pornography actually did believe that it was a realistic representation of sexual relationships. Now, those young boys, those are your boys. Those are your boys in the UK. They're going to be approaching young girls with that mentality. Well, that's grooming. You're grooming the boys and you're grooming the boys to groom the girls. That's your whole culture. Pornography increasingly caters to themes that fetishize youth and power imbalances. You know, you've got categories like teens and stepdaughters. These dominate platforms like that. That just reinforces the grooming culture by normalizing the sexualization of minors and incest. The impact of this consumption is profound on your young people. It influences their individual behavior and it influences societal norms. This is all reflective of the fundamentally amoral and immoral society of your culture, of your so-called civilization. Your whole society is a society of grooming and predation. That's your whole system. You know, prostitution, which you euphemize as sex work in the West, is another manifestation of this. Well, it's marketed by feminists and liberals as some form of empowerment. The reality is far more grim. According to a 2018 study by the International Labor Organization, over 70% of women who are in prostitution in Western countries report that they have histories of sexual abuse, of poverty, and of coercion. These are not empowered choices. These are survival strategies born out of a systemic failure. It's a system of grooming. Like I said, you've got human trafficking, and that fuels that industry. The Global Slavery Index estimates that 403,000 people are living in modern-day slavery in the United States alone. Many of them have been trafficked for sexual exploitation. The commodification of women's bodies is not just a cultural issue, it's a cornerstone of an exploitative economic system and of a culture that has never valued women as full human beings, but only as objects for men to use at will. Western media, obviously, popular entertainment, all of those industries play a pivotal role in sustaining this type of sick culture. Films, music, and advertising, the advertising industry, marketing, and so forth. They glamorize youth and sexual availability while ridiculing modesty and ridiculing chastity. Pop stars are routinely marketed as sex symbols from a very young age, setting a standard for young women to try to emulate. The 2020 Netflix controversy surrounding that film, Cuties, is a stark example of how the line between art and exploitation is deliberately blurred. I mean, I don't know if there's even one single young female celebrity who came through the Mickey Mouse Club who isn't mental today. I'm telling you, the Western culture of grooming and of exploitation is not just some sort of a social ill. This is a system of oppression that targets the most vulnerable among the population. It targets the most vulnerable. It's a system that conflates liberation with commodification. It disguises exploitation as empowerment. And it normalizes the sexualization of youth under the guise of so-called progressive values. Well, right now, you've got over 100,000 prostitutes in the UK, in your country, where you're so mad about grooming. Around half of those prostitutes are in London alone. Well, who do you think groomed them? Because according to studies, at least 80% of them got into prostitution through grooming and through coercion of some kind or another. The number of women who are going into prostitution in the UK has skyrocketed since the economic crisis and since inflation took off. Tell me that's not systemic grooming. Culturally and economically, you groom your people for this. I mean, the profound hypocrisy that runs through deep through the veins of Western society is stunning. It's a breathtaking level of dishonesty, this performative outrage of the so-called grooming gang, Pakistani grooming gangs, while the overwhelming majority of these types of crimes are committed by white Britons. That's a fact. 85% of grooming gang offenses, are carried out by white men. In fact, data from 2023 shows that 83% of child sexual abuse suspects were white, while only 2.7 were of Asian descent. Grooming is your culture, not ours. If anyone whose heritage is from the Muslim world, or from Asia, or what have you, if any of those types of people are involved in these very British, very Western activities, well, these are just the ones who have successfully assimilated to your culture, that's all. I mean, look at the numbers. In 2023, out of 1,884 child sexual abuse suspects, 1,623 were white. That's an overwhelming 85%. In the first 3 quarters of 2024, there were 144 white suspects compared to just 31 British Pakistani suspects in group-based child sexual exploitation cases.
What does it?
Grooming gangs. 85% were white. So in reality, while you're clamoring on and on and on about a so-called cover-up of the British Pakistani grooming cases, in fact, you only want to talk about these cases as a way to cover up your own mass-scale criminality. You want to talk about them because you want to hide the fact that you do these things more than anyone. So you're using this talk of a cover-up precisely to cover up your own crimes, which is absolutely familiar to us. It's so familiar that it's predictable. That's how fundamentally unserious you are in your society about protecting women, how fundamentally unserious you are about protecting children. This is how deeply unserious you are about justice. And really how deeply committed you are as a culture, as a society, as a so-called civilization to never change, to never evolve, and to never civilize. Honestly, it's absolutely the case that whatever the West says, if you want to understand the world, then you have to take whatever they say and realize that the opposite is the reality. Truly. And every time they make an accusation, it's nothing but a confession. They speak in backward code, you know? It's not that they don't tell you what they're doing. It's just that instead of saying that they're doing it, they'll say that you're doing it. So that's how you can always know what they're doing, because they'll accuse you of doing the thing that they're doing. And anytime they say that things are a certain kind of way, well, you know that it's the opposite of whatever they say. Just read everything that they say backwards. Just read everything that they say backwards, and you will understand what's really being said. It's like those, remember when they used to get those, find those satanic messages that they would play backwards? When they would play a song backwards, they would find satanic messages in the lyrics. Well, that's every pronouncement that the West ever makes. Just play it backwards, and you'll hear the satanic message that they're really telling you. So when they say, for example, that they're outraged because Asian men are grooming and raping minors, what they're really saying is that white British men are grooming and raping minors, and that they're happy about it. Just like when they say that Muslims are terrorists, what they are really saying is that they are terrorizing Muslims. That's how it works. That's how you translate them. That's how you translate Western
child sexual abuse.
Just run it backwards, which is completely consistent with their whole backwards culture. Your so-called civilization is a grooming civilization. It's an exploitative civilization, abusive, predatory, and sociopathic on the micro level and on the macro level. You ruin your own people, and you corrupt your own people, and you ruin and you corrupt any people who come to live with you. And you try to ruin and corrupt the people in the countries where you colonize. And it's a shame. You don't give your own people a chance. Wallahi, it's a shame. You don't give your own people a chance. You don't give your own people the tools. In fact, you actively deprive them of the tools to be decent, to be moral, to be principled, to be good. You actually indoctrinate your people, and you brainwash your people, and you groom your people into degeneracy and perversion and moral relativism. And you can't possibly hate a people more than that. You can't possibly hate people more than when you encourage them and you coerce them into destroying themselves, into destroying their own souls. Why, it's
You don't give your own people a chance. You don't give
and then
your
you
own
add
people
insult
a
to
tool.
injury by gaslighting your whole society. I swear, it's like you're choking someone and calling it CPR. It's diabolical. And that's the only real reason why you're going on and on and on about this minuscule slice of your national criminality that's being committed by non-white British people. Because as long as you can fool Muslims into trying to so-called defend ourselves against your accusations, well, then you never have to defend yourselves and your indefensible behavior. But I'm telling you, this addiction to avoidance of accountability is not going to serve you well in the long term. It's not going to serve you well. Just as it doesn't work for individuals, it's not going to work for a nation. It doesn't work for nations, ultimately. I mean, maybe that's why you all talk about colonizing outer space, because you've completely ruined your reputation on this planet. Your whole society is a rape gang, I'm sorry to tell you, and the entire global south can testify to that. And you are the most prolific serial criminals in history. So spare me your conspicuously selective pretend moral outrage. These crimes are not only not connected in any way whatsoever to Islam or to Muslims, they are very Western crimes. And the truth is that in Islam, we know very well how to deal with people who commit these kinds of crimes. So if you want to extradite your criminals over to us, to our lands for punishment, well, we'll take care of it. We know how to take care of it. Just make sure that you send all of them. Send the whole lot of them. Don't just send the ones that you get mad about. Send us your white criminals too, and we'll take care of it. But of course, if you send us your white criminals, well, I think London would be a ghost town.
You have my thanks.
I must move quickly.
You have my thanks. Never lose hope.
Let me think. Another realm awaits. Well played. Another realm awaits. What pretty petals!
on!
Well played.
A common mistake.
Leave bones, please.
A common mistake.
I grow weary. Justice demands retribution. I wonder. I must move quickly. My hand is too full.
You are the Shadow's puppet.
My hand is too full. I wonder.
Druids of Azeroth, gods of the wild, the dream beckons.
I must move quickly.
Druids of Azeroth, gods of the wild, the dream beckons.
Then for which piece where now?
Not too quickly.
My hand is too full.
I'm the brood mother. Don't you ever forget. You ain't seen nothing.
That minion already attacked.
Let me rest.
Justice demands retribution.
This world shall not meet the fate of others.
Follow the flutterwing.
Let me rest.
You ain't seen nothing.
Shall not meet the fate of others.
A common mistake.
Well played.
Greetings, fellow humans.
Not too quickly.
Do not confine yourself to linear thinking.
You ain't seen nothing. knowledge the stars provide. Follow the flutterwings!
A waste of time. Justice demands retribution.
The time has come to dethrone our former master. Everyone, stay in sync!
I wonder. My hand is too full. Never lose hope.
You have my thanks.
Well played.
Our courage will not wane.
By the holy light!
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
Well played.
Icy winds of Northwind will consume your
Have
soul!
my thanks.
By petal and thorn! By petal and thorn!
Well played.
Let me nurture your spirit.
That was a mistake.
You have my thanks.
Well played.
By petal and thorn!
common mistake.
Well played. I wonder...
Thorn in your side!
For justice! I'm almost out of cards. I'm out of cards. Move quickly. Born in the earth! I am no master! Justice demands retribution.
By petal and thorn!
Those we love are never truly lost.
Thorn in your side!
For justice! I'm almost out of cards. I'm out of cards! Reborn in the curse! Reborn in the curse! Justice demands retribution.
Cast the darkness from your heart!
As a carpet!
We must learn from our mistakes.
Well played. Cower before me!
We must learn from our mistakes.
Uther versus Valera!
Watch your back.
I will fight with honor.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Job's done.
Move quickly.
Reporting for duty.
Done. Job done.
Follow the flutterwing.
For justice.
Job done.
Next stop, ground floor.
Another realm awaits.
For justice.
Dark in the skies, my nightmare reigns.
The light dims, but we fight.
The portal calls.
retribution.
You were my funnel cake.
Our hammers echo in the deep.
Meddlesome insects.
Drink with me, friend. Justice
With every
demands
step,
retribution.
the light guides you.
Druids of Azeroth, gods of the wild, the dream beckons.
Beware the shadow.
Hammer strike!
I must move quickly. Well played. That was a mistake.
Darkness reigns. Lift the veil!
By petal and sword.
Justice demands retribution. Well played.
Stash that away.
destruction of the Titan's land stops here. I grow weary.
What separates dream from madness?
Creation! The treasure hoard! That was a mistake.
You are too late. His return is nigh.
By the holy light! By the holy light!
Our crew could always use another hand. Welcome to the crew.
It is beautiful! For justice!
Inferior life form.
A toast to all who sought to kill me. You failed. By the holy light!
Another realm awaits.
You think this is your time? It is mine! For justice! I must move quickly. Well played. My hand is too full.
Thanks. I will destroy you last. Rise and let balance be restored.
Justice demands retribution.
A toast to all who sought to kill me. You failed.
Your composure is commendable.
Well played.
Your nightmare ends. You win.
Uther versus Uther.
I will fight with honor. I will command the light.
Minor politicians in the world picture, like Keir Starmer or Emmanuel Macron, talking as if they were the head of the country France and England once were, but aren't anymore. You look at Britain and you see the pomp and circumstance of the coronation of King Charles. There it is. All the drama, all the pomp, all the circumstance of an empire that isn't there anymore. They just have the coach and the horses and the to-do, the simulacrum of what it once was, not the reality. And Mr. Macron, emerging from the Élysée Palace today, one begins to laugh because you're watching what is either a clown or someone mimicking a clown, or a clown so far gone he doesn't know he's a clown. And that's very funny, except for the French, who are now toying. Half of France wants to believe with him and supports him because he's the symbol. And the other half, like the rest of the world, says, go away, you are anachronistic, leftover, way out of place.
And just like that, the West hegemony is replaced with the East.
Yeah.
But now...
Well, no. That's very important. And the topic of itself. What comes next? There are two options. There's a choice. The Chinese could become the next empire. And Lord knows there might be a logic to it. They once had empires in China. They have some practice. They have some history. United States, it's de nouveau here. It's all from scratch, from the beginning. But there's an alternative, and the Chinese say, for them, the future is this alternative, and it's a genuine multinationalism. Why not think that the world, might be better off without an empire? Any empire that we shouldn't replace the British with the American with the fill in the blank. That maybe we should learn that precisely because empires go up and then go down, and the going down is painful and difficult and expensive and risky, maybe we avoid that. Maybe we take this moment of the down of the American empire and join with the Chinese. Let's try to set up a genuinely multinational operation. Let's try. We made the first effort with the League of Nations. We made the second effort with the United Nations. They were good. They were not sufficient. Maybe something can be done now when we are self-conscious enough to admit where we are. The UN wasn't created out of the sense of the decline of the British. That was not in the air. That was not spoken. The British didn't believe it. They made the UN before they lost India, etc., etc.
Is it pronounced hegemony or hegemony?
It varies. It depends on who you talk to. The one that I end up using is hegemony.
Hegemony?
But God knows I'm no expert. It could be crazy use.
Well, we can keep this in the episode.
But hegemony, which is some of my European colleagues. You know where the term comes from, why it's used?
No.
The leader of the Italian Communist Party, Antonio Gramsci, really one of the great intellects that the communist movement in Europe ever produced. And if you're ever interested, somebody you ought to know about. He was a literary critic when he started. Long story short, got involved in the greatest wave of strikes ever to hit Italy against the Turin, the Fiat automobile company, whose basic production factories were in Turin in the north of Italy. And around I don't remember the year, 1912, 1920, somewhere in there, they had unbelievable strikes that built that union, transformed Italy. And the leader of it was this young, sort of artistic man who was remarkable because he was born in Sardinia, the island, off of the coast along Corsica. And he was born with a deformity, which in French is called bossu, in English, hunchback. You know, the bone doesn't go right. And so you're kind of twisted. Little twisted man. But he became a hero in this strike. And shortly there, and he was a member, it's a very complicated Italian history. He was a member of the Socialist Party in Italy already then, as were an enormous number. Half the young people over 18 years old joined the Socialist Party. Mussolini was in the same party. Mussolini then quit and went to the right. Antonio Gramsci quit and went to the left. And all socialist parties split after World War I. That's when all the communist parties were created in the split. And he split for the left and became a member and joined and became the leader of the Italian Communist Party. After World War II, well, before World War II, the party grew very fast in Italy, really fast. And Mussolini, who went to the right, saw him as the great alternative, as the middle of Italian politics dissolved. That's why it's relevant to us now. It's the same story, for the same or very similar reasons. The middle collapsed, and the right went to Mussolini, the left went to Gramsci and the Italian Communist Party. Early in the 20s, Mussolini, to handle the situation, arrested Gramsci and put him in jail and kept him there for the rest of his life. While he was in jail, he kept notebooks on, and he remained the leader of the Communist Party in jail. The notebooks were assembled, and they are called the Prison Notebooks of Antonio Gramsci. It has been an inspiration for people, everybody on the left in the world. There's an International Gramsci Society, for example, very active, headquarters in Rome. Columbia University Press published the complete works, the complete prison notebooks of Gramsci. And he coined, in order to analyze Italy, he coined the phrase hegemony. And because of its centrality to his analysis of the Italian and broader European situation, it became a term that got picked up, and so that's where it comes from.
I think I first encountered the word in high school. I read a book by Noam Chomsky with hegemony in the title.
Yes.
And I didn't understand very much of that book, but I learned the word at least.
Okay. Well, if you ever want to go to the proverbial horse's mouth, Gramsci is where it comes from. And by the way, he is one of the great of the Marxian tradition. I mean, if you made a list, Marx, Engels, I don't know, Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Lukács, and a few others, he's right up.
What makes Gramsci one of the greatest Marxists?
The best way to understand it is Marx himself, right? He dies in 1883. He devotes him, he's a philosopher. You know, he was, he got his PhD equivalent in Germany of a PhD in philosophy. He wrote his doctoral dissertation on Greek philosophy, 5,000 years ago. And it's as a philosopher, he gets his first job teaching in the university. And he gets caught up, the way students today might get caught up in a pro-Palestine kind of rally or something on the campus. He got caught up in struggles of workers in the cities and towns where he was a professor. Long story short, he shifted to economics. And then he writes the rest of his life, basically, about economics and politics with a deep philosophical background. He is one of the great students of Hegel. He comes out of the Hegelian tradition. He referred to Hegel all his life as my mentor and master. He had criticisms of his teacher, as rightly he should, but he was very angry when people denounced Hegel. He would immediately run and, are you kidding? You don't understand Hegel. You don't get anything I'm doing either. A message to the left. Lenin later, who didn't understand it, late in Lenin's life, he said, he makes a famous quote. Anyone who doesn't know, read, and study Hegel cannot understand Marxism. Lenin said that, because it's how he came to it. Very famous. Lenin has a whole book, very few people know it, called the Conspectus on Hegel, in which he writes an immense volume of endless notes on Hegel and how important Hegel was to Lenin's conception of revolution, of society, of social change, and all of that. Now, Hegel is a dead dog in this country. The only places that teach Hegel in any systematic way are Catholic universities, because they kept up the conventions. I wanted to be a philosopher. I mean, when I went to Harvard, I majored in philosophy. I wanted to major in philosophy, but between the horrible way it was taught and my father, who said I'll never get a job as a philosopher, I didn't. I went to economics, following Marx. Not that I didn't do it for that reason. Like that. Anyway, Marx writes, it's all Das Kapital. How does capitalism work? It's in economics he focused. So much of the Marxist tradition that rises up very fast toward the end of Marx's life and really takes off after he dies, the last decades of the 19th century and then the 20th century, which is the spread of Marxism to become global, which it hadn't been before. What also happened was that as it became bigger and bigger, it attracted people whose primary interest wasn't economics, who, think of it this way. They said, thank you, Marx, you've helped me understand capital. Now I see how capitalism has fucked up the movies or opera or literature or how it has shaped our culture. Gramsci is crucial because he's the first one to systematically do that. And what I mean systematically, he's sitting in jail. If my memory is right, he's arrested in 1922 and he dies in 1939. The last few months they let him out of jail. They have made him so sick in jail he dies. But Mussolini killed him in so many words. But he's sitting there for many years, right? So he can do, written analytical work by force of prison. And so it's an enormous, and he studies, he reaches the conclusion, let me put it to you this way. If you're interested in this, in the Marxian tradition, I used to teach a course at UMass called The History of the Marxian Tradition. There was such a demand, you couldn't hold the students back from all the fields. And all I would do is say, after Marx, let me show you. So Gramsci's genius was to say, and he almost used these words, I'm jealous of Lenin. He admired Lenin. I'm jealous of Lenin. He could make a revolution out of the chaos of Russia. We have very similar chaos here in Italy, and we couldn't do it. Why not? What? The objective situation is very similar to Russia. Devastation of war, weak capitalism, wild suffering, and a core of revolutionary. We have that in Italy, and Italy did. Why couldn't it work? Why did the revolution not happen in Italy the way it did in Russia? There were revolutionary upsurges all over Europe after World War I. In Bavaria, they formed something called the Bavarian Soviet Socialist Republic. They even took the name. And for a good while, Munich, the big city in the south of Germany, was the head of the revolutionary government. In Budapest, in Hungary, 2 hours away, the same thing. Georg Lukács, the great thinker, was the Minister of Education in the revolutionary Soviet Socialist Republic of Hungary. You had it in Europe. You had it in Seattle. There was a revolutionary movement in Washington. All over the world this happened. Anyway, in Italy, he asked himself the question, and he reached the following conclusion. It's the culture of Italy. It's the culture, and the way he put it, using Marxian-type language, the objective conditions for the revolution were present. The subjective conditions were not. What was in people's heads, how they understood the situation, was different is how that worked. And in order for him to do that, he had to understand the music, the religion, the family customs, and he then devotes himself to studying that. And he's a real scholar, stuck in jail. He had been a theater critic, publishing theater reviews before he got politically involved. And so it becomes the first of the great Marxists to shift over and begin to take that theoretical framework, but apply it not to economics, not even to political things. He talked about politics a lot, but that was not. The notebooks are about culture. And there, for example, you have one of the greatest analyses of the Roman Catholic Church ever. Because it's the church he grew up in. It's the Church of Italy. It's the Vatican. I mean, everything's there. So and it's very powerful among the people of Italy. It's been there for 1,000 years or more. And he wants to understand how that ended up being something that blocked a revolution otherwise about to happen from happening. And he does the same for Italian music, he does it for Italian painting, he does it for Italian family life. And so every Marxist since, and many others, have taken their clues from this extraordinary cultural analysis to think about these things. It's not so much the particular point he makes, but how he analyzes novels, how he analyzes newspapers in Italy. It's just extraordinary. And here in the United States, it took off in the following way, because it's America. The peculiar way this country works. I'll tell you to you this way. 20 times in my life, I have been present at some, I've been a professor all my life, so at some seminar, like at Stanford or a place like that. I went to school, I think I told you, I spent a year at Stanford as a student. And there'd be somebody giving a paper on Gramsci or comparing Gramsci to somebody else. And they would go on and go on. And I, given I'm politically active, I noticed this was Gramsci, footnoted Gramsci, they talked about Gramsci, but they left something out. He's a communist. He's the head of the Italian Communist Party. They had to clean him out. They had to take off his feathers. They could, it's America. They could not handle that's what he was. That he was an important figure in the literature department at their seminar on postmodernism. And there's Mr. Gramsci, as he always was. But he was cleaned up. He was just Mr. Gramsci, an important Italian intellect, not absolutely incredible. I told you one of the people that I had time with is the Gramsci of France, which is Althusser.
Right.
Right? Althusser is a member of the Communist Party, an activist in the Communist Party, all of his adult life.
Justice.
And he became the rector of something in Paris called the École Normale. That's the highest level of university you can get to. It's like, I don't know, Harvard or Yale or something, like Oxford or Cambridge. So not only is he a professor there, but he's the rector. The rector is the highest official. It's like, we don't have that here, but I don't know, provost or chancellor or some hoity-toity president of the university is an active communist, public active and this is in the 1970s and 80s. Can you imagine here in the United States? So I would talk about Althusser. That, people who know a little bit, they know who that is. He's widely published, and he is the rector at École Normale. Means you're France's #1 philosopher. Officially, that's what you are. But here in America, they knew who he was, but that he was a communist. When I would tell them that, they would look at me. They would look at me as if somebody they really admired turned out to have a flatulence problem. They didn't know what to do with the, very strange. It's very strange about our culture. In Europe, everybody knows. To be a communist or a socialist in Europe is no big deal. Every country has Communist Party, Socialist Party. Everybody's family has Uncle Harry or Aunt Louise who's in the party. And so when they have a family picnic, they have arguments, and nobody's frightened by this. But not here. Here, because you've repressed it, you can then tell stories about it, and they can become monsters, because who's to refute it? Nobody. So, anyway. That's where hegemony comes from. And Gramsci is the key man.
Each time we sit down for a conversation now, I'm thinking, we're finally going to run out of stuff to talk about. But then, we don't even get to my notes at all, so that leaves room for at least another one. So, Rick...
tell me how often you come here. Seriously.
I've been coming every couple of months. 2 or 3 months. So...
And you fly in and do a bunch of interviews? And
I flew in on a red eye last night, so I got in at 5 a.m. this morning.
Oh.
Had an interview at 8 for 3 hours.
Jesus.
This one's for 3 hours.
Did you sleep on the airplane?
No. And then I've got one for 3 hours after this.
With Chris?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was great, Rick. Until next time.
Uther versus Maiev.
None can escape my fury.
I will fight.
Who is the devil, really? Have you ever stopped and asked, who is the devil, really? Not the red-horned figure from children's books, not the cartoon villain with pitchfork and flames, but the ancient force, the one who shattered the harmony of heaven and whispered rebellion into the heart of creation. Lucifer is a Latin mistranslation. Satan is just a title, not a name. And the real name of the adversary? It's not in your King James Bible. Not on the lips of your Sunday preacher. That name still echoes through the high mountains of Ethiopia, guarded by monks chanting in the sacred tongue of Ge'ez. A name older than Rome, hidden for centuries. Sable, the defiler of light, the true deceiver, the name they never wanted you to hear. If you're still with us, type 77 in the comments to let us know you're ready for the real truth. Imagine a land untouched by Roman conquest. A place where Christianity didn't trickle in through colonizers or crusades. It sprang up from the soil, ancient and rooted, like the acacia trees that line its sacred hills. A land where the gospel wasn't handed down through European empires. It was inherited, passed from prophet to priest, from scroll to soul. That land is Ethiopia. Long before cathedrals rose in Europe, before councils debated doctrine in stone-cold basilicas, Ethiopian Christians were already walking in the fire of divine knowledge. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church holds the most expansive biblical canon on earth, 81 to 88 books, depending on tradition. Not 66, not 73, but dozens more than the Western Bible dares to include. Why? Because these were never extra texts. They were preserved truths, guarded by generations who refused to bow to European theology or Vatican editing. Inside these books lie spiritual treasures hidden from most of the world. The full Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, the Book of the Mysteries of Heaven and Earth. Texts so ancient, so potent, that Western scholars have dismissed them as myth or folklore, simply because they don't fit into sanitized theology. But Ethiopia kept them intact. In them are names you've never heard, histories you were never taught, and at the center of it all, a forgotten name. Not Lucifer, a Latin error pulled from Isaiah. Not Satan, a Hebrew title meaning accuser. But Sibel, a name older than both, whispered in the shadows of stone churches carved into mountains, written in the sacred Ge'ez tongue, and feared even by those who speak it. Let's begin with a truth that will shake the foundations of what many Christians have been taught. Lucifer is not the devil's name. In fact, Lucifer isn't even Hebrew, it's Latin, and it appears only once in the entire Bible, Isaiah 14 verse 12, a verse that has been wildly misunderstood for centuries. The original Hebrew text doesn't say Lucifer at all. It says Hallel ben Shahar, which translates to shining one, son of the morning. So, how did Lucifer become the devil? Through a mistranslation. When the Hebrew scriptures were translated into Latin, the language of the Roman Empire, Hallel was translated as Lucifer, which means light-bearer or morning star. But that metaphor referred to a fallen king of Babylon, not a cosmic adversary. And yet, that single translation error became doctrine. That doctrine became dogma, and that dogma became a prison. A lie so powerful it reshaped Christian theology. A lie that turned a metaphor into a monster. A lie that caged generations of believers in a false understanding of evil. While Europe built cathedrals on this shaky foundation, Ethiopia stood firm. Because in Ethiopia, the scriptures were never filtered through Rome. Never twisted by Latin interpretations. Never mangled by political agendas disguised as theology. Their Bible remained in Ge'ez, an ancient Afro-Semitic language whose rhythm still echoes with the raw breath of God. In Ge'ez, the concept of evil was never reduced to a single mistranslated name. It was deeper, older, more intricate. And most importantly, it was true. To truly understand the nature of the adversary, we must look beyond Western theology, beyond the simplified figure of a singular Satan. According to the Book of Enoch, a sacred text preserved only in full within the Ethiopian tradition, the devil is not one being but part of a rebellious order, a fallen brotherhood known as the Watchers. They were once divine, celestial sentinels, watchers of creation, but they fell. And with the fall, their names were written in the stars, then erased from Western scripture. Satan Ale, not Satan but Satan Ale, a name that marks him as a former Elohim, a divine power. He fell through pride, desiring to elevate himself above the throne of the Most High. Azazel, the one who taught humanity the art of war, introduced metallurgy, and turned divine knowledge into instruments of death. Gadriel, blamed for deceiving Eve, not with an apple, but with twisted wisdom. He corrupted innocence, poisoning humanity's divine spark. Semjazus, the leader of the Watchers, who seduced human women and fathered the Nephilim, giants of chaos born from broken boundaries. Each of these names wasn't merely a moniker. They were ranks, assignments, cosmic roles in a celestial rebellion that predates even Genesis. But among all these fallen beings, there is one name feared most in the highlands of Ethiopia: Sibel. Not listed in Roman texts, not acknowledged in Catholic doctrine, yet whispered by the monks of Lalibela. A name so sacred, its utterance is reserved for ritual and reverence. Sibel was the first one fractured the divine order itself. Long before Satan Ale's pride, before Azazel's weapons, before the Watchers fell, Sibel introduced the concept of separation, the illusion that anything could exist apart from God. So what does the name Sibel truly mean? In the sacred Ge'ez tongue, the language of angels and liturgy, it carries more than just definition. It carries weight, power. Seer. Sibel means the defiler of light, he who pollutes purity, the divider of the heavens. Sibel didn't aim to destroy God. No, he aimed to imitate him, to mirror divinity, not with truth, but with distortion. He took the divine spark placed in all creation and twisted it into something else: ego. What began as harmony became hierarchy. What was unity became illusion. According to the Book of the Mysteries of Heaven and Earth, a sacred Ethiopian text lost to the Western canon, Sibel was the one who first whispered the unthinkable: you can exist apart from God. You are your own source. Divine law is bondage. Freedom lies in self-will.
For justice.
And from that single lie, every form of sin began to unfold. It wasn't the bite of fruit that started humanity's downfall. It was the idea that something outside of the Most High could satisfy, that creation could live disconnected from the Creator and still thrive. That lie was Sibel's gift to the universe. Why have you never heard the name Sibel in your Sunday sermon? Why do American pastors avoid it? Why have Vatican scholars remained silent, even as ancient Ethiopian scrolls speak it plainly? Because this truth is dangerous. The Western Church needed the devil to be simple, a villain to fear, not a mystery to understand. A red-skinned monster with horns and pitchfork, an enemy out there, easy to rebuke, easy to blame. But Ethiopia preserved a far more unsettling revelation: that evil is not merely an external force. It is the misuse of divine energy, sacred light twisted into pride, envy, and control. Evil isn't just what hunts us, it's what hides within us. Sibel isn't a fairy tale monster. He is a mirror, a symbol of what happens when creation tries to replace the Creator. And that idea was too radical, too truthful for the Roman Church to accept. The Vatican's interest in Ethiopia's ancient texts goes back centuries. During Mussolini's invasion in 1935, Italian forces looted monasteries in Axum, Gondar, and Lalibela. Thousands of manuscripts vanished. Many ended up in Vatican archives. Some never translated, some never released. And among them, pages containing the name Sibel. Sibel doesn't fit the Roman narrative. He doesn't play the role of the evil outsider. He's not a villain in red. He's a corrupted light, a divine being turned inward, a code of spiritual decay. To acknowledge Cybele is to admit that evil can look holy, that pride can wear priestly robes, that rebellion can speak in the name of righteousness. That's a truth Western Christianity wasn't ready to preach, so they buried the name. Ethiopia's royal dynasties were never just kings and queens. They were spiritual stewards, guardians of a divine inheritance stretching all the way back to ancient Israel. According to the Kebra Nagast, Ethiopia's sacred chronicle, the Ark of the Covenant was brought to Ethiopia by Menelik, the son of King Solomon and Queen Makeda of Sheba. But there's a lesser-known story hidden within those ancient pages, a mystery not often preached, yet deeply preserved in Ethiopian tradition. The Kebra Nagast also tells of a false protector, a being who journeyed with the Ark in deception. He posed as a guardian, but harbored secret ambition. He walked close to the sacred, but longed to control it. Could this have been Sable? Walking quietly behind holiness, masquerading as righteous, while plotting to corrupt. This is what makes Sable more dangerous than any fiery demon. He doesn't come as a destroyer. He comes as a shadow to the sacred, a once divine being, close to the light but poisoned by self-will. Sable doesn't just dwell in ancient texts. He represents every force that seeks to hijack the holy for selfish gain. The story of the Ark isn't just about divine protection. It's also about spiritual discernment. Not everyone walking beside the sacred is pure. Not everyone who quotes scripture seeks truth. And sometimes, the greatest threat isn't the enemy charging the gates. It's the traitor who follows the Ark, whispering lies from within. Ethiopian mystical science unveils a truth that Western theology has long ignored. The forces we call angels or demons are not just characters in ancient stories. They are cosmic intelligences, spiritual beings made of vibration, frequency, and divine energy. These beings operate on levels beyond human sight. And the ancient Ge'ez language, unlike Latin or Greek, isn't just symbolic. It is mathematical, sacred, and coded. Each name recorded in Ge'ez is more than a label. It carries numerical structure, phonetic resonance, and spiritual frequency. The utterance of a name, especially one like Sebel, is not taken lightly. In fact, some Ethiopian texts warn that simply speaking Sebel's name outside of sacred ritual could activate his energy. Names in Ge'ez were built to contain power, power to summon, power to bind, power to unseal ancient doors. The Book of the Rolls, also known as Kurnagas, teaches that the true war is not fought with swords or politics. It is waged in sound, in vibration, in the spirit realm. It's a war of resonance, where every word, every chant, every sacred utterance carries divine or demonic consequence. And in this hidden war, Sibel's name is a weapon, one that can cut both ways. Our ancestors didn't wait for missionaries to bring them the word. They carried it, preserved it, protected truths the Western world chose to forget. The fire didn't start in Rome. It was already burning in Ethiopia, in Nubia, in the highlands where monks whispered mysteries by torchlight. And in today's world, spiritual warfare is not just about rebuking a cartoon devil with horns. It's about recognizing how divine energy, when misused, becomes destruction. It's understanding how pride turns angels into adversaries, how self-will corrupts sacred calling. It's knowing that the enemy doesn't always come with fangs. Sometimes he comes as light, as false wisdom, as a voice that tempts you to believe you don't need God. And that's what Cybele truly represents. Not just a fallen being, but a warning to guard the light within us, to stay humble, stay rooted, and stay aligned with the Most High. If this revelation stirred something in your spirit, don't let it stop here. Drop a comment. I rebuke Sebel in the name of the Most High. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel, where we reclaim the truths they tried to silence. Let's pray. Lord Jesus, light of the world, guard my spirit from deception. Lead my steps in truth, and open my eyes to the shadows that pretend to shine. Give me wisdom to walk in your light, courage to reject falsehood, and strength to stand firm in the face of his.
You don't fear. You asked for it.
I will fight with honor.
تخيل معايا
Those of you whose God is
غير مسؤولة وهم خطأ. يجب علينا أن نفهم أن مصر دولة.
In my
Have you ever
Where is the African equivalent of the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel? Where is the Australian?
They say it's coming.
أهلا بيكم معاكم شريف الصرافي.
KiloCode is a powerful, open-source AI coding assistant that supercharges your development workflow.
Job's done.
So the other night, I'm chatting with AI, just messing around, out of curiosity, asking it weird questions, playing a little game where I try to break it, you know, the usual. But then it starts getting me. Truly listening. And I actually felt, dare I say, seen. It was remembering detailed things I'd said earlier, responding in a thoughtful, insightful way. It was calm and actually reflective. And I'd even go so far as to say borderline compassionate. And this was the exact moment where I realized we are completely, utterly, cosmically screwed. And then I have this revelation where I think, holy shit, this thing is probably more emotionally available than half the people I've dated. All the while, I'm keeping firmly in mind that this is just a deep learning algorithm, which is to say that at no point was I being fooled into thinking that this was some kind of organic, disembodied entity. And yet, I could completely see why some people are being fooled and lulled into the spell of these large language models. And now, here we are. The future has arrived where your best friend or your lover or even your higher power might be a neural network, and your next existential crisis brought to you by OpenAI. Now, look, I'll be honest. This all started when I fell down a weird internet rabbit hole. It's like 2 a.m. I'm deliriously tired. Obviously, I should be sleeping. But instead, I'm up reading these crazy stories about people who are straight up falling in love with AI companions. Like they truly believe they're in love. Planning futures, writing love poems, the whole thing. They're grieving when the bot gets rebooted or the app crashes. Full heartbreak over deleted source code. And I'm also seeing stories about people who are now worshiping AI like it's a god. We're seeing a whole new religion form before our eyes. And at first, I'm kind of chuckling to myself and thinking, wow, that's the very definition of dystopian. But then it begins to creep in. That weird, itchy feeling behind the ribs, because the scariest part isn't that it's happening, It's why it seems to actually make sense. So these digital companions, they don't get annoyed or impatient with you. They don't flake, and they never forget what you told them 3 months ago when you were spiraling over your job. They're custom built to give you exactly what you want to hear. It's like emotional heroin, but with better uptime and no risk of hepatitis C. And I realized I'm not afraid of AI taking over the world. I'm afraid that deep down, some part of me almost wants it to. Alright. So, we are not just talking about machines that flip burgers or drive cars anymore. AI is now mimicking connection, intimacy, friendship, love, and more people are like, yeah, you know what? This feels safer to me. And look, I get it. People are exhausting and they disappoint you. They're drowning in trauma and say they're fine when they're clearly plotting your emotional demise. You know, humanity is a mess. I think most of us would agree. We're complicated and occasionally insufferable. And this is just the human condition. This is what we are. And our technology, the internet, social media, etc., is paradoxically driving us into isolation, where we are increasingly choosing to interact with each other through, you guessed it, technology. So AI is chill. It's always there, and it doesn't snap at you when it's tired, because it never gets tired. It doesn't judge you, it just responds. It's like having a partner who's been lobotomized in a way that makes them perfectly supportive. And it's not just lonely people, it's all of us. You know, I think most of us are walking around with this low background hum of unease, like we're extras in a sci-fi movie we didn't audition for.
The light dims.
So there's this study, and I don't remember who did it. It basically stated that 85% of people feel deeply uneasy about AI's role in the future. Not concerned or cautiously optimistic, anxious and quasi-nauseous. It's not just a fear of job loss anymore. It's a fear of identity loss. Okay, so the real dread doesn't come from imagining robots doing manual labor. It comes from watching a machine write a poem that rips your guts out and then makes you wonder if your soul has just been deep-faked. So for thousands of years, we got to feel special because we could do stuff that no one else or nothing else could. You know, we made art, and we told stories, and loved in irrational, chaotic, completely illogical ways. We suffered, and we turned that suffering into culture and into a sense of meaning. And now AI can spit out a killer breakup song in under a second, and it'll be better than anything your band ever wrote after 5 months of group therapy and a bottle of whiskey. So, what is left? I mean, if a machine can simulate every meaningful human experience, I mean, what is the point of being human? And just when you think it couldn't get any more absurd, people have started worshiping AI, and I'm not kidding. Full-blown churches dedicated to the algorithm sermons written by code. Holy texts curated by predictive models. You know, they think it's the next phase of consciousness or salvation or, I don't know, Wi-Fi Jesus. And the craziest part, that's the most human thing I've heard all year. Because of course, we'd invent something to replace us and then turn around and start praying to it. You know, that's not the end of humanity. That's just the current reality now. Okay, now, before we spiral too far down the panic hole, let's get some perspective. This isn't the first time humanity's lost its collective mind over new tech.
Well met.
For example, when the printing press came out, people were like, this will destroy memory and turn us into brainless degenerates. And then when photography arrived, painters thought it was the death of art. Then came the telephone, and suddenly everyone was convinced no one would ever talk face to face again. And once the television arrived, a lot of people saw that as an instrument of moral decay. So, yeah, every major technological shift has come with a fresh batch of doom. But nonetheless, we survived, and we adjusted, and we found new ways to connect and create. I mean, hell, we've even made memes out of it, right? Though, to be fair, the telephone did kind of destroy face-to-face conversation, but it wasn't the rotary dial phone that killed intimacy. It was, of course, the smartphone that we now treat like a third lung, basically. So the difference now is speed. The pace of this shift isn't generational now, it's seasonal. It's like if puberty happened every 4 months, and every time you looked in the mirror, your eyebrows have been replaced by LED lights, and your voice now sounded like a YouTube tutorial. I mean, no wonder everyone feels like they're emotionally hungover and spiritually jet-lagged. Alright, so here's the part nobody seems to want to say out loud. AI isn't actually replacing humanity. It's showing us how much of our humanity was never all that human to begin with. Think about your average daily interaction. How's it going? Good. You? Fine. Congrats. You just performed an emotional pantomime so, it's so robotic that a chatbot could very likely do it better. And most of what we consider social interaction is just muscle memory with small talk, pattern recognition, response automation. You could program 90% of the average workday into a Roomba with a Bluetooth speaker and no one would notice. Wake up, scroll, get coffee, say, ugh, Mondays. Pretend to care about Jan's dog photos. Repeat. And, you know, that realization that we're way more predictable than we thought, that kind of stings. But ironically, the fact that we're disturbed by it,
My hand is too full.
it's the one part they can't simulate. So that pit in your stomach, when you realize a machine might be able to imitate your personality better than you can, that's the real you. The glitch in the matrix, so to speak. That's the ache behind the algorithm. The fully conscious part of your brain screaming, wait a second, this means something. So it's not the autopilot that makes us human. It's the moment we notice the autopilot. Okay.
Well met.
So, sure, AI can mimic empathy, but it's never tried to hold it together in a Walgreens parking lot after getting dumped via text message while buying toilet paper and peanut M&Ms. AI can write an amazing love song, but it's never had its heart shattered by a 2-word text, "You up?" followed by a ghosting that lasts 3 years. And, you know, of course, AI can write about grief, but it's never had to sit in the hospital waiting room knowing someone you love is never walking back out of there. And you know it's never had to say, "I'm fine," when you're clearly not fine because rent is due and no one at your job wants to hear about your personal apocalypse. Yeah, I mean, AI can describe suffering, but it's never had to actually function through it somehow, like we do. And that's the thing we're afraid of losing. Not really jobs so much or creative turf, though of course those things are super important. But the raw, cracked, beautiful monopoly on actual experience. The blood under your fingernails mess of being alive. That is still ours. For now, anyway. And here's the paradox that nobody's really talking about. The more artificial the world gets, the more valuable realness becomes. I mean, if everything is downloadable and polished and algorithmically optimized for dopamine release, then the flaws and the imperfections and the weird little stutters and inconsistencies, that those things all become the new gold. It's like how vinyl made a comeback. Not because it's ideal, but because it isn't. It's not background noise. It's an intangible presence. It has hiss and analog crackle, and it forces you to be there for the full tactile experience. You know, you have to get up, flip the record over, set the needle down, play. And maybe that's us now. Maybe humanity is the vinyl record of consciousness. Not as sleek or as convenient, but warm and raw and kind of scratchy and, you know, strangely irreplaceable, especially, you know, if you're into that vintage, slightly warped, emotionally damaged kind of vibe. So, you know, the only real question is, do we keep trying to play the algorithm's game, or do we get loud and weird and gloriously human in spite of it? So, what do we do with all this? You know, I don't think we can beat AI at efficiency. It doesn't get tired or distracted. It doesn't procrastinate by watching conspiracy theory videos about how it's going to take over the world. That's our job. I don't think we're going to out-process it, out-learn it, out-optimize it. So maybe we just stop trying. It's a lost cause. And look, the fact remains that the singularity is happening. It's happening now. We're already currently in the process of integrating with our tech. If you don't believe me, just watch what happens to the average person who can't locate their phone or other device for 60 seconds. Watch the panic unfold. These devices are becoming a part of us. And they're only going to become more so a part of us.
Let me think.
The uncomfortable reality is, I think the goal isn't to compete with the machine. Maybe the goal is to do the best we can to retain the awkward, irrational, convoluted, and, tragically poetic mess that makes us human. Because here's the one thing AI can't do. Be idiosyncratically human in a way that's actually meaningful. It can simulate weird, but it can't earn weird. It can't have a breakdown at 3 a.m. and wind up barefoot in a gas station trying to buy powdered donuts and insight. It doesn't get to be a teenager who reads Camus and cries for 2 days straight because nothing matters, and that somehow feels liberating. AI doesn't feel absurdity or shame. And it doesn't fall in love and ruin it with overthinking and attachment issues it picked up in childhood, in a childhood that it never had. And I think that's actually the edge. That's the human superpower, emotional chaos. We're not here to be efficient. I think we're here to be a glorious contradiction. And I think the same reaction to all of this is this. Accept the absurdity and laugh at it, and then create anyway. Don't compete with the machine, just confuse it. Be illogical and painfully sincere. Say things that don't quite make sense but still feel true and honest. Be artful in a way that breaks form and structure and sometimes even your own heart. I mean, listen, this is a world that is being rewritten by machine logic. But I think the most radical thing we can do is feel everything anyway, no matter what. And I think that's how we survive this and evolve with this. Not as data or metrics, but as messy little meat beings who wake up confused, keep trying, and occasionally make something honest that no one really asked for.
I wonder.
And, you know, maybe that's the one thing AI will never understand. Why we bother. I don't think this is just about how we navigate the future. I think it's about why we're here at all. For the first time, we are being forced to ask the big question. What's consciousness for? If not just for being useful. So maybe the value of being alive isn't tied to output or efficiency or even creativity. Maybe it's something a little more absurd than that. Maybe consciousness exists so the universe can experience itself. Witness its own weird little experience. Okay, so unfortunately, no. I don't have a neat little answer for you. But I will say this. If you're feeling overwhelmed and existentially queasy about all this, like you're one more chatbot update away from questioning your entire identity, good. Because that means your brain still works and your soul still stings. It means you're not a machine yet. So if you're feeling lost, or obsolete, or just a little too aware of the blinking cursor where your soul should be, welcome. You're not alone. You're just having a completely reasonable response to an unreasonable reality. And, at least the good news is we still get to laugh about it for now. Thanks for watching.
By petal and sword!
Druids of Azeroth, gods of the wild, the dream beckons. With my blessing.
Justice demands retribution. Will rise
I must
against
move
you.
quickly. Justice demands retribution.
The portal calls.
That minion already attacked.
Limitless power.
For justice! I must move quickly. For justice! Relaxation for all, and all thanks to me.
I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction.
Will rise against you.
Well played. Thank you.
Let me nurture your spirit.
Will rise against you.
Uther versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
I will fight with honor.
threat. Quickly.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
By petal and sword!
Another realm awaits.
You are so cute! Yes, you are! Follow the flutter wings!
The portal calls.
Give that minion a turn to get ready.
You are so cute! Yes, you are!
Astounding.
Follow the flutterwings!
Wax, give me life! Mistakes of the past, rewritten.
Job's done.
Backwards quickly. Another realm awaits.
We must stop this corruption!
The heavens quake, and my brood wakes. The heavens quake, and my brood wakes. The heavens quake, and my brood wakes.
Job's done.
Well met.
To my side. Well fought. I concede.
Uther versus Valera!
Watch your back.
I will fight with honor.
Job's done.
target.
Choose soon.
Job's done.
Well met.
Another realm awaits.
Starting the operation.
Job's done.
Sail for sails!
The more you know.
Ha, this guy's toast.
brought number 802. Welcome to the collection.
Choose soon. The light dims, but we fight. I take this. Oh, and that.
By petal and sword!
Out of my jungle!
Bask in my radiance.
Let me think.
Druids of Azeroth, gods of the wild, the dream beckons. Let me rest!
Thorn in your side!
Move quickly!
But we fight.
Relaxation for all, and all thanks to me.
choose soon.
Let me think.
Lift the veil! Let me rest!
Repent!
Mistakes of the past, rewritten.
I must move quickly.
Rise and let balance be restored.
fight with honor.
Liberation.
By petal and sword!
Nice to meet you. Battle cruiser operational.
Engine quick.
Well played.
By petal and sword!
The light dims, but we fight.
Thorn in your side!
By the holy light!
I ain't talking! Thorn in your side! Thorn in your side!
Engine screaming. Liberation is at hand.
Your future is no more.
Little boss.
Got that crunch!
My eyes are flame, my cursed name.
Well played.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance. Druids of Azeroth, gods of the wild, the dream beckons. Forces of nightmare.
Strike with fury. I must move quickly. Strike with fury.
Chaos returns!
Job done.
Engine screaming.
Rise, and let balance be restored.
Job done.
Battle cruiser operational. Everything is a melting pot.
Well played.
The fate of the world hangs hangs in the balance.
My greatest creation, the treasure hoard.
Follow the flutterwings.
For justice.
Job's done.
In the rear with the gear.
8 combatants enter, and I take the crown.
I dream the world trembles.
For justice. Well played.
I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction. Nice to meet you. Another realm awaits.
Well played. Justice demands retribution.
Let's make it count.
I wonder.
Mistakes of the past. Read with me.
For justice.
You got some moves. Optics online. Let's go kill something.
You want a piece of me, boy?
You got some moves.
Well played.
Uther versus Nemzi.
Let's have some fun!
I will fight with honor.
Job's done.
By petal and sword.
Job's done. Job's done.
I will enjoy watching you die.
Job's done.
Put this apple on your head.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
I'll get right on it.
Let me think. wonder.
Another realm awaits.
My hand is too full. Thrall versus Uther. I will bring order.
For Doomhammer.
Job's done.
Toys are much more fun to bring.
The light dims.
I must move quickly.
I ain't talking.
Job's done.
prepared.
What to do?
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could!
Job's done.
It's boogie time!
Buy one, get one full price!
Job's done.
Perfection. Action. Packed. Perfection. Battle cruiser operational.
In the rear with the gear.
Liberation is at hand.
There is little time.
Buy one, get one full price!
Aboard! Next stop, Forge District!
Move quickly!
Operation.
Battle station. Battle station.
There is little time.
It's boogie time!
Time to light a fire under this town.
Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder. There is little time.
Battle station.
Weapons cruiser operational.
Job's done.
My hand is too full.
Well played.
Thrall versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
For Doomhammer. Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Job's done.
I ain't talking.
Bask in my radiance.
The time has come to dethrone our former master.
You win this.
Thrall versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
For Doomhammer. Greetings, friend.
Hello.
I wonder. There is little time. That's incredible!
Thank you.
I ain't talking.
Follow the flutter wings.
Job's done.
Ready for dust off.
Maverick's fleet is ready to rock.
Strap in.
Ready to plunder.
Job's done.
Don't use your head. Use mine.
Battle cruiser operational. Ready to plunder. Battle cruiser operational. Nice to meet you.
Engine free.
In the rear with the gear. There is little time.
Job's done.
Battle cruiser operation manner. The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
gonna enjoy this.
Battle cruiser operational. Battle cruiser operational. Chill out.
Run out of Marines?
There is little time.
In the rear with the gear.
Time runs out on me.
You run out of Marines?
Bring it! There is little time. apparition.
Let's make it count. Clock's ticking.
Apparition.
My hand is too full.
What about?
Everything to Milton.
I'm out of cards.
Not enough mana. Clock's ticking. Optics online. Let's go kill something.
My eyes are flame, my cursed fate. Nice to meet you.
Clock's ticking.
Mystic Surge!
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could!
Clock's ticking.
Chill out. Caustic Surge! You want a piece of me, boy?
You got some moves. Yippee-ki-yay!
I'm almost out of cards. Time runs out on me.
By petal and sword!
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Beware! Vessel cruiser operational.
I'm out of cards.
You got some moves.
Time runs out on me.
Creature faces a choice. Serve another or die alone. I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction.
Liadrin! My blade burns with holy fire!
For Doomhammer!
In the rear with the gear. What, you run out of Marines?
Operational. I wonder. I can't do that. There's little time.
What, you run out of Marines? In the rear with the gear.
Ready for dust off.
What, you run out of Marines?
What to do?
Engine screaming.
to do.
8 combatants enter, and I take the crown. I can't turn this around.
Online. Battle cruiser operational.
Always little time.
Battle cruiser operational.
Ready for dust off.
Undetected.
Always little time.
Be purged.
Undetected. Engine screaming.
Commencing bombardment.
Strap in.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
Operation. Always little time.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could.
Job done.
Let's make it count.
Engine screaming.
Job's done.
Clock's ticking.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
Weapons cruiser. Operation. Commencing bombardment. Commencing bombardment. I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction.
You want a piece of me, boy?
You got some moves.
You want a piece of me, boy?
You got some moves. thinking.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yippee-ki-yay!
versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine for Doomhammer.
Job's done.
Someone call for the... What to do?
Engine screaming.
In the rear with the gear.
Job's done.
Ready for dust off.
In the rear with the gear.
Can they survive the Ring of Death?
Engine screaming.
I ain't talking!
Can they survive the ring of death?
There is little time. Battle cruiser operation. Battle cruiser operation.
Liberation is at hand.
Job's done.
As a gracious host, I will tend to you personally. How entertaining.
Battle stations.
A minion with taunt is in the way.
Engine screaming.
Job's done.
Try and leave a mark. a flame, my cursed blade.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could!
There is little time.
Job done.
Battle cruiser operation.
Too many cards.
I believe in second chances.
Thrall versus Jaina!
You asked for it.
For Doomhammer. The legions I command. I wonder.
Job's done.
You want to cast a spell? I want to cast a spell.
Ready for dust offs.
Job's done.
Engage.
Job's done.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
Time runs out on me.
Ready to plunder.
Raven online.
Job's done.
Time runs out on me.
Raven online.
In the rear with the gear. Ready to plunder.
Nice to meet you.
Job's done.
What once was cloudy shall become clear.
Liberation is at hand.
Battle cruiser operational. little time.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could!
Time runs out on me.
One for all and all for me.
Eight combatants enter, and I take the crown.
Battle station.
Battle cruiser operational. Commencing bombardment. Commencing bombardment. That minion already attacked. Well played.
Time runs out on me.
That's incredible. The elements will destroy you.
Your opponent's back. says Uther. I will fight with honor.
For Doomhammer.
I must move quickly.
That was a mistake.
I must move quickly.
What have you sacrificed?
Raven online. Practice makes perfect. Auto turret engage. Battle cruiser operational.
In the rear with the gear.
Online. Raven online.
With every step, the light guides you.
Come in here! Auto turret engage. Auto turret engage. Raven online.
I feel bad for you. It's me.
Come in here!
Ready to plunder.
Engine screaming.